Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 15, Infrastructure Projects Act, to order. We are on Clause 6. Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. Oh, my apologies. The member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I was pretty quick to get up there.
You weren't looking.
But so we're back into this debate on committee stage debate on Bill 15. And this is, for the viewers at home, this comes right after in the House, the leader for the third part, House leader for the third party has just tried to put forward a motion to take off that time allocation so that this could actually be moved to the fall. So we could actually, and the government voted against that. With a voice vote, it needed unanimous consent for this to come forward. So we are stuck now on Clause 6 of a 48-clause bill. And today, we are very likely to not get through every single clause of the bill. So I will stick to trying to go through Clause 6. We have a number of questions, but there's going to be a guillotine motion that comes forward on closure of this bill that has happened, so we will not get through everything today. And, you know, I think about what words that the minister has said before, saying that the framework of this legislation is modeled after the process laid out in the Significant Project Streamlining Act, and it's not entirely new power. And when that act was brought into force, there was a lot of talk about certified or qualified professionals at that point and their use. That was something that certainly was used. And at the time, the NDP government or NDP opposition of the day, it was a two-person opposition. And Joy McPhail was the leader of the opposition in the House. She had said, and I quote, "It's unbelievably heavy-handed and it's absolutely controlling. It is the equivalent of a banana republic. The Premier can now micromanage the entire province if he wants to." She went on to say, and I quote, "The Premier has absolute power. If any previous administration brought in this legislation, I can just imagine what the current Minister of Finance would rail about it. I can just imagine what the current Premier would say. It is appalling that not one government caucus member has the guts to stand up and say, the Emperor has no clothes, and they won't." End quote. That was in Hansard in 2003 when that act was being debated. And looking at qualified professionals in this case, we're on Clause 6. We're not going to make it through this entire bill. But I just have to ask one time here, like, why did the government choose not to pull this bill when they had a chance just now? They could have actually forced this to the fall so that some of this consultation and amendments could actually occur in good faith. Why did that not happen?
Member, we are on Clause 6, and your comments need to be relevant to the clause at hand. So I would ask that you please help me understand how those are connected to Clause 6. Okay, if not, we'll move on to the next question, which is from the member for Courtenay Comox.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague makes an excellent point in terms of the rush. I know we've had some fulsome discussions in this room that have identified issues with the bill. And this is why we're here, to do this work, specifically to make those clarifications. I will, however, move into Section 6, qualified professionals. I'm going to pick up where we left off yesterday. The new certification pathway under Section 6 may streamline approvals, but it also raises serious questions about how internal disagreement is handled and a few other things that we were starting to litigate. So I'm going to move into a few questions leading off of yesterday. Since projects using the qualified professional certification will bypass internal ministry permitting, how will contradictions between internal staff concerns, whether it's this ministry or others, and the qualified professional findings be reconciled, particularly when those internal concerns do not make the public record through the streamlining process?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Chair. We actually responded to this exact question yesterday already, but I'm also happy, though, to correct for the record some of the comments made by the member from Prince George Mackenzie. Before I do so, though, I want to acknowledge the elders and leaders from the Nisga'a Nation who have joined us in the House to witness debate today on Bill 15. Thank you so much for being here. We know that your time is valuable. I want to honor the fact that you have chosen to share that time with us here. The member from Prince George Mackenzie referred to comments made by me characterizing them as saying that the powers in Bill 15 are not entirely new. For greater clarity, what I was referring to is one of the 6 tools. So Bill 15 includes 6 new streamlining tools, 5 of which are directed at provincial government processes. The 6th tool, which is the one tool that is directed at local government processes, is modeled after an existing act called the Significant Project Streamlining Act. The member referred to that act as having qualified professional reliance model. It does not. The Significant Project Streamlining Act deals only with the 3-step alternative process relating to local government decisions. But the member also raised the issue of urgency. What is the urgency around Bill 15? And we have canvassed and I have answered many questions at length as to the purpose of Bill 15. Bill 15 is tabled in order to help government help communities deliver critical infrastructure projects faster. In growing communities, we know that we need more schools, more hospitals, more of everything to support growing communities. That urgency, the level of urgency that faces us today, which has led us to table Bill 15 and calls upon us to ensure that this bill is put in force as soon as practicable, will be obvious for any parent who has a student attending a school that is bursting at the seams because their community is growing far too quickly. It will be obvious to any healthcare worker who is working in a hospital that can no longer be fully utilized because that hospital is at end of life and requires rapid replacement. That urgency will be obvious to anyone with an aging parent who is on a wait list to get into a long-term care home. And that urgency will be known by a First Nation who may be ready to go with a project partnership on a critical economic development opportunity for their community, and they are coming to the province and asking us to get our house in order. And so that is the urgency behind this bill.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Point of order, that this isn't relevant to Section 6. This is a speech about why there should not be any delay. That's not relevant to assessing the application of Section 6.
Thank you. And I would agree with the House Leader of the third party. So, we are on Clause 6. Shall Clause 6 pass?
Aye.
Recognizing the member for Courtenay Comox.
Thank you, Chair. I should have stretched a little bit more this morning, apparently, get a little quicker. This has clearly become quite a political discussion regarding this bill. So I think the qualified professionals, I have a few questions specifically related to that, which pertains to Section 6. Qualified professionals are currently somewhat shielded from political pressure because the final decision rests with the various ministries that are in charge of the project. Under this new model, they become the decision makers. So in this case, I'll use archaeologists as one example, where rights and title come in and archaeological permitting is required. Environmentalists we've used, biologists in another case, engineers obviously are quite protected because those decisions that are made politically and to advance political expediency are shielded. Those decisions are shielded somewhat because the ministry is ultimately holding the buck. Under the new model, they become the decision makers. So how do we ensure that they're not politicized, especially when they're standing in for what would otherwise be a political judgment call when it's not clear? Because these gray area happens. Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the, I certainly understand the member's interest in Section 6. I'm really glad for that question. And for greater clarity for the member from Sandwich North and the Islands, I was responding to a direct question about the urgency of the bill from a previous member prior to your entrance into the House. So we canvassed this before. We have a qualified professional reliance model. Firstly, statutory decision makers are not political. They're members of the public service. They make decisions according to regulations that are currently in place. With the qualified professional model, the intent around this is to identify those permits that are appropriate for certification by a qualified professional. So as you know, government has many, many different types of certifications and permits. Some will be highly complex and very high risk, and some will be not as complex and lower risk. It is our intention the higher complexity, higher risk permits will stay with statutory decision makers. But there are many types of permits that are lower risk that the opportunity for a qualified professional model is ripe. Some of the examples we gave yesterday would fall under that. In order for a qualified professional model to work with any particular permit or certification, there would have to be clear objectives and standards for the meeting of that certification. The member rightly pointed out yesterday that there are many permits within the provincial government sphere where the expectations and the standards and outcomes and objectives of those permits are not clear, which result in a lot of back and forth and a lot of churn in terms of decision making. And so the qualified professional reliance model would take a particular permit, and again, it would have to be an appropriate permit, actually set out a clear and objective standard and what was the word I used, an objective for that permit. And then identify the qualified professionals that would be, that are trustworthy and experienced enough to be able to actually certify that that standard has been met. A roster will be created. It's the details of this roster and the details of who a qualified professional will be is under Section 28. And in order for, and that roster will be maintained through a rigorous compliance and enforcement regime.
Recognizing the member for Courtney Comox.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. You keep referencing sections in the future, but we know that closure will be invoked today, and we will not get likely to those sections today, which is very unfortunate because I agree with you. They need to be fulsomely investigated and discussed here in this room. And unfortunately, we likely will not get a chance to do that. You referenced churn, which I think is a very interesting way to describe red tape in government currently under permitting. But you also referred to cabinet judgment and that transparency in the public process is that there's going to be centralized control in cabinet over what gets released and what does not get released through the process. So you also continue to refer to the qualified professional registry. I think it's very important that that registry itself doesn't become a political tool. Where professionals who raise valid concerns, environmental or technical objections potentially, or vice versa, they're extremely pro a certain position, could be removed or sidelined from diverging from a government's narrative on a specific project. What protections would be in place, and how will the qualified professional registry be managed going forward under Bill 15?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. It may be helpful for the member to know that the opposition is welcome to manage the remaining time as they wish in terms of prioritizing which sections they would like to hit. So if Section 28 is a section that is particularly of interest, it's possible to also pass or call the vote on sections in between as well, if there's sections that they'd like to prioritize. To be very, I'm not sure about the member's reference to cabinet judgment. Perhaps he could clarify that. I don't think I used that term, but would happy to answer the question based on what the member intended by that reference. In terms of the professional, the roster, the registry, the ministry would work with the professional regulating body to manage this registry. To be clear, it is not managed by any elected official. The pre-qualified list of professionals and the subsequent registry would have to follow the existing procurement processes that guide all government activities.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Clause 6 starts addressing the key issue of the move to a qualified professional approach. And so I'll have a series of questions in relation to this. And I'll begin by returning to the concept that we discussed in earlier clauses, but applying it to this clause. Through the chair to the minister, will the use of a qualified professional on a project within the territory of a nation on whose territory the project is, will the prior consent of that nation be required before for the use of a particular qualified professional?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. It is those kinds of questions that we anticipate hearing from First Nations about during the development of the regulation. We've set out in statute the general intentions of the regulation, but we do intend to consult and cooperate on the details of that regulation. In addition to that, keeping in mind that Category 2 projects will also have a regulation that is developed for it in consultation and cooperation with First Nations. When a Category 2 project is designated as provincially significant, the OIC must also identify which tools that project will have access to, and the details of those tools, including whether or not they're able to access a qualified professional reliance model for which permits. And so all of that will be encompassed in the OIC. And given that the designation of the project itself is expected to have First Nation support on it, and that can only be achieved through consultation on that particular project on a case-by-case basis as well, then yes, the First Nation will need to be provide support for the use of those tools too. In terms of the actual details of of the qualified reliance model, we expect that First Nations may also have views on the type and the type of permits that they may be interested in having access to through a qualified professional reliance model, and perhaps feedback on the kinds of qualified professionals that they can provide into the process. So all of that is to come.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. The section 6.3 explicitly removes discretion of a regulator by saying that a qualified professional certification must be considered the permit or approval required by statute. My question through the Chair to the Minister is, what permits are going to be included in Section 6 and therefore replaced by certifications of qualified professionals?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. So this topic was canvassed yesterday as part of debate on Section 6 as well. Happy to provide an overall summary for today, seeing as how it's a new day. So the work will be in the permits that will be eligible for this model. That was the question. Which permits will be eligible for this model? It will be informed by the regulation.
Members, I just remind you to silence your electronic
me.
devices. Thank you.
It will be informed by the regulation that will be developed in consultation and cooperation with First Nations. It will be informed by the designated project, i.e. what kind of permits does that project require, and what sort of tools would be appropriate to use on, if not all, some of those permits. There would need to be an analysis of the complexity and the risk of each permit, because not every permit is appropriate to be diverted to a QR model.
Recognizing the the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Eminence. And,
Wow, a promotion.
I'm just learning from my conservative colleagues the appropriate lexicon for this.
Well, you just need to use Twitter.
Okay. The minister has highlighted a framework for establishing which permits will be involved, which tools will be involved, in which cases qualified professionals will be involved. And I'm drawn to the context in which we're operating, which is that we are operating in a context where the minister has assured us that if this legislation passes today, which I expect it will, that in the development of regulations, the interim approach, which we've discussed in relation to other clauses, will inform the work with First Nations. And in the case of Clause 6, the degree to which nations can be engaged will be foreclosed by the passage of this legislation, because under the interim approach, it is open to nations to suggest an alternative approach, and so and that they would be considered in good faith. So it's not limited to simply applying Clause 6 as it's structured. And so my question through the chair to the minister is, if on a project that is in the territory of a particular nation that the government wishes to pursue using the tool of a qualified professional under Clause 6, if that nation says, no, we don't want to use the qualified professional approach, we'd prefer to use the existing environmental assessment process and not use qualified professionals, what will be the response of the government?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. And a correction on my previous answer. I said QR process. I meant QP process, just for clarity. An EA process and a qualified professional process under Section 6, they're not functionally interchangeable. They are two completely different things.
We are on clause recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Let me offer a clarification of the question through the chair to the minister. If the government is looking to proceed on a particular project in a nation's territory under Clause 6, and the nation does not consent to using that process, will the government respect that decision of the nation?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. With respect, the authorization of tools for designated projects, it was actually Section 5.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
We've all heard the, and it's one of a number of examples, we've all heard the enormous impact and negative impact and fallout from the Mount Poly event, and the 24 million tons of debris that resulted. And we also know that in the review of the Mount Poly disaster, that the qualified professional approach was criticized at some length, and serious concerns were raised about the qualified professional approach. And there were serious concerns raised about the independence of the qualified professionals who, in the cases where they are hired and employed by the company or the proponent. And so through the chair to the minister, in light of the Mount Poly disaster and other events that the previous leader of the Green Party, Sonia Firstnow, canvassed in some detail over many years with this government, and through her personal experience dealing with the events that surrounded the Shawnigan Lake property within her riding at the time, why did the government choose a qualified professional approach when it has all these flaws?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. The Mount Poly incident and all of the circumstances that led to that unacceptable failure is exactly why our government went through the process of completely upending the oversight and regulatory and governance structure of regulated professional bodies through the Professional Governance Act. It was the whole purpose of that entire exercise. The model that we are proposing today is informed by the lessons learned from that process, as well as the Auditor General report and the Ombudsperson. This model is focused on setting standards and objectives, working with regulatory bodies to ensure transparency and accountability, keeping in mind again that the process and the oversight and governance structure of regulated professionals under the Professional Governance Act as it exists today is entirely different from how it previously existed at the time of the Mount Poly disaster. And our ministry is taking it even further by creating a roster of vetted, pre-qualified professionals. It is also one of the very important lessons that were learned as well is that this model is absolutely not appropriate for all permits. Complex, high-risk permits would remain with the ministry decision makers.
Recognizing the House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, you've made my point for me. What you've just said is that if permits are complex, then we're going to use the existing process. And yet, what I keep hearing over and over again is there's urgency. We can't wait 3 months. We've got to get this passed tonight and royal assent tomorrow because, you know, the future of the province is at stake for a 3-month delay. And yet, you've just indicated that Section 3 will not be used except in where the permits are relatively straightforward. And so there won't be any acceleration in the movement of projects. My question through the chair to the minister is, what protection will the public have against a certificate that is issued erroneously or without consideration of key impacts that would otherwise be considered in the permit or approval?
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. We have the authority under the Professional Governance Act to implement an auditing, compliance, and enforcement regime, which is what we will do on this model. And a pre-vetted, pre-qualified professional on the roster for this program that fails to appropriately certify to the standard will be removed from the roster and no longer able to receive, to perform that work.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just keep digging into this vetted pre-qualified roster of qualified professionals a little more if we can. My understanding from what I'm hearing is that this will be a specific roster for these specific purposes. I would like to understand a lot more about exactly what that process of vetting and pre-qualification will actually look like. And I'm sure the minister will not be surprised, based on my prior lines of inquiry, that I would like to understand exactly how that vetting and pre-qualification process is going to be kept clear of political interference.
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Ministers and elected officials are not involved in procurement processes. Those are entirely managed by the public service.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you. That is insufficient as protection against the politicization of this process, in my view. I would return to some of the themes that we have canvassed previously around the designation of projects. And I would submit that if you are a project proponent who is going to go through this process, who is going to become a designated project, and who is going to have a qualified professional driving the process, then what will happen as a function of this is that there will now be a select, vetted, pre-qualified list of qualified professionals who will be instrumental to decisions as to whether or not projects get to move forward. And that has the potential to create significant upward pressure on the price of said qualified professionals to project proponents. Because again, this pre-qualified vetted list will be a pre-selected, high-end group of qualified professionals who are instrumental to whether or not projects get to move forward. So in all likelihood, that will create scarcity value for those specific services because these qualified professionals have been selected by someone in government, and that means that their rates will in all likelihood go up. Those costs will be passed on to project proponents, but equally importantly, that means that being one of these vetted and pre-qualified professionals has the potential to be immensely lucrative. So, obviously I think we all have a tremendous amount of respect for the kinds of qualified professionals that work on projects, but this is a commercial reality on the ground. If you are a major company, an individual practitioner, and you hope to participate and be part of this, you will have a tremendous commercial incentive to become a pre-qualified, vetted, qualified professional who has the ability to hold the very life of a project in your hand because you are an extension of the arbitrary power that government is giving itself through Bill 15. So again, I would say the principal matter that concerns me around this bill, Mr. Chair, is that I'm for projects moving faster. I'm for getting things done. I come from major projects. What I am worried about is the tremendous blind spot that this government appears to have to the potential for there to be real or perceived influence or influence peddling or the monetization of influence within this construct. The same well-connected NDP insiders who I have shown in this committee stage have dozens of clients that they are bringing into the Premier's office to meet about major projects that they stand to make huge amounts of money from helping through the informal process of getting designated or of pre-clearing their designation or of ensuring that the Premier's office looks upon their project positively before they begin going through the formal process. There is tremendous potential for undue influence within that process. So I'd really love to hear the minister give us a convincing response as to how, again, the selection of this elite group of qualified professionals is going to be safeguarded from political influence. Because what I'm seeing over and over again is a naivete. I do believe that the minister wants to believe this is a clean process. I think the minister wants to believe that what we're doing is moving forward the dependencies on a Gantt chart. I understand all of that, but I really see a giant blind spot from this government around influence. And I see a lot of holier than thou getting up on pedestals and preaching about how clean and pure and wonderful this government is. But this is also a government that has multiple former cabinet ministers lobbying, that has the former president of the NDP lobbying, that has the former chief fundraiser of the NDP lobbying, that has the executive director, the former executive director of the NDP lobbying, and making a whole bunch of money off of helping to shepherd people through processes exactly like this. And as more and more arbitrary power is vested in government and is invested in individuals chosen by government, it is incredibly important that the public can have confidence that someone is watching the watchman, that someone actually has clear transparency around how these qualified professionals are being selected, and again, on these informal, inevitable processes that are going to happen. So would the minister please provide us with a compelling explanation as to how the process of selecting this special list of qualified professionals unique to the application of this bill is going to be kept absolutely, spotlessly clear of political influence by a government that has shown that it is easily influenced by NDP insiders.
The committee will take a brief recess. calling Committee of the Whole on Bill 15, Infrastructure Projects Act back to order. Is there
Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome to the Chair. Welcome everyone back following the vote. Generously, I think that the member's monologue contained, or perhaps was based on a lack of understanding of provincial permitting processes within government, and perhaps has not been following along closely enough on the debate on Section 6 on how the QP model will work. The member engaged in quite a bit of dramatic interpretation, I would say, about how powerful and financially lucrative vetted pre-qualified professionals might be as service providers under this tool. So I think that it would perhaps be helpful to walk through a hypothetical example. So let's say there is a project that requires for a wetland to be filled, and as part of the work that they are doing under the Water Sustainability Act, they also require a permit under the Wildlife Act. And they require, as part of this work, to remove amphibians from the wetland. Government has assessed and analyzed the different permits that are required by this project as part of the portion of their project that requires the filling of the wetland, and government has, again, hypothetically, determined that the risk and complexity around the collecting and translocating of amphibians would be appropriate to pass over to a QP model. Government will set standards as to how we expect the collection and translocation of amphibians to be. We set standards, set standards in that way. And under a QP model, a registry has been created in working together with the College of Biologists to identify all of the herpetologists that could be qualified to certify that the collection and translocation of salamanders, frogs, toads, and other amphibians has been done correctly. So the herpetologist will then be engaged for the project off of the registry. They will monitor the work and certify whether or not the collection and translocation of these frogs, of these salamanders, of these toads has been done correctly. And that certification then allows for the other work that follows the filling of the wetland. By regulation, under Section 28, we would set the pay for such a specialist for this kind of work, for this kind of permit. The registry for the qualified herpetologists, again, would be something that we would work with together with the College of Applied Biologists, which is a regulatory body that is regulated under the Professional Governance Act. Those regulatory bodies that are regulated under the Professional Governance Act set codes of standards, standards for professional conduct, and should a herpetologist not act ethically or not certify the correct collection and translocation of salamanders or toads or frogs on this wetland filling portion of a greater project, not only could they be removed and would they be removed from our registry, but they could also lose their professional license entirely. So this is all of this work, including the creation of the registry, would also need to follow the rules around procurement that are set out in the core policy and procedures of government.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Generously, I think the minister might believe the example she has just provided is one that should elicit a shrug. Coming from major projects, the reality of major projects, the reality is that the requirement to relocate toads, salamanders, frogs, the way in which that is undertaken can mean months. It can mean years. It can mean millions. It can mean tens of millions. So I do just really want to make sure it's clearly understood by the minister that these kinds of decisions, which, unless I am misinterpreting, the minister wants us to believe are little administrative decisions, are decisions that are not of power and consequence. The impression seems to be that we should shrug and say, hey, no big deal. Entire projects in the real world become viable or non-viable, get built or don't get built because of the way in which requirements around the relocation of toads or salamanders play out. Millions, tens of millions in cost. Very, very significant for project proponents. So if what I'm hearing is that the minister thinks that's not consequential or thinks that that is somehow minor, it really, really worries me. The broader theme that I've tried to raise around the way in which qualified professionals are chosen to be on this list and the concern around exactly how significant powers with millions in consequence are going to be delegated by government, administered by government. These are really serious issues. And I want the minister to understand that I have spent weeks talking to the same stakeholders that she is hearing from. And many of those stakeholders, on the one hand, yes, they want projects to move forward. Yes, they want projects to be able to be expedited. Yes, they want to see efficiency. And some of them will say that publicly. And a lot of them, publicly or privately, are equally as passionate in their concern about the way in which these arbitrary powers will be used by this government and the potential for undue influence, the potential for rent-seeking behavior by well-connected NDP lobbyists. I have spent a lot of time in committee stage walking through my concerns on an evidentiary basis around the number of well-connected NDP insiders who I have specifically laid out: the former cabinet ministers, the former president of the NDP, the former executive director of the NDP, the former fundraising head of the NDP, all of whom are lobbying, including for major projects that have the potential to be designated under this act. So I want the minister to understand loud and clear that for every statement of support she sees from people in the business community, there is fear, there is concern, there is the concern that speaking out will mean being blackballed by this government, which is trying to give itself arbitrary power to pick winners and losers. There is pervasive fear that whether it be through the designation of projects, whether it be through the selection of qualified professionals, there is real and serious fear as to what this arbitrary set of powers government wants to take for itself will be used to do, how it will be used to pick winners and losers, how gatekeepers, informal gatekeepers, will be erected before a project ever reaches the formal process. I want the minister to understand how crucially important that is, because when the minister sits across from me laughing at the suggestion that there could be influence on the selection of qualified professionals as she did 10 minutes ago. Perhaps she thinks this is funny. Perhaps she thinks this is not serious. Perhaps she thinks it's not a problem, that there is a huge,
Member,
huge
can
number.
I remind you, you're speaking perhaps the minister, rather than perhaps she, if you could stick with the parliamentary side of things, that would be appreciated.
I don't think it's inappropriate to refer to a minister by a pronoun, but I'm happy to refer to the minister.
Thank you so
I would ask
much.
the
I
chair to
do
let me
appreciate
complete my
that.
line of inquiry. Thank you very much.
Please don't argue back with me. Remember that. Please. I know you're passionate. Please just use minister. Thank you.
When the minister sits across from me and has to cover her face as she laughs because she thinks it's funny that there could
Member,
be
I'll get you
concern.
to stop for a minute, recognizing the Minister of Agriculture
Thank
and
you.
the House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to raise a point of privilege. I think that this has gone down the road of personal attack on the minister, and I don't think it's acceptable.
Okay, if the committee can stop for a minute, please. Everybody in the committee, take a deep breath for me, please. Okay, I've heard a point of order from the acting House Leader. I appreciate that. If I can remind everybody in the committee that this is a committee to debate clauses and to work through clauses and to make it through clauses, that's what we're here to do. Okay, I understand that we are all deeply passionate people. I recognize that. We wouldn't be here if we weren't. However, the expectation in the committee stage is that we will work through the work in front of us. All right? Now, member from Kelowna Mission, I'm happy to recognize you, but I think your point has been made. I think that we have all heard your point. The public has heard your point. If you could move towards your question, that would be very helpful. Thank you so very much.
I have never been asked not to use a pronoun as a matter of decorum
I'm
in
sorry,
any
member,
house.
if you don't like the way I'm chairing, I do apologize to that, but I am in this position. So if you could take the guidance and move on, that would be great. Thank you so
aware-
very much.
I'm aware of no precedent for this. I'll make it simple. Will the minister concede? Will the minister tell us whether the minister believes that the public should have total confidence in this government, that there will be no undue influence on the use of these powers, that the public should ignore their own eyes when they see that there are well-connected NDP insiders setting themselves up as lobbyists to provide access to government, to provide access to the process for project designation, and potentially to provide access to being on the list of qualified professionals. Will the minister stand up and tell the public that they should have total confidence in her government to administer the arbitrary powers it is taking for itself under this bill in a way that is above reproach and without conflict?
Minister.
Chair, if I may, I deeply, deeply reject the characterization of the member, or the characterization the member made of my response. I provided a sincere response using a very detailed example. I deeply reject his characterization of my face. Anyone else in this committee watching me or listening will not have heard any laughing, and I'm sorry if I just don't know what to say to this. I believe I've answered the question. I provided a detailed response more than once on this very question. Multiple members, I simply have nothing further to add.
Recognizing the member from Langley Walnut Grove.
Thank you. We're going to go back to just the transparency piece and possibly reporting. And I know that the answer is probably going to be that you can build this into the regulations. So maybe I'll just ask if it is something that you've considered for regulation, especially when it comes to certifiers and certifications and yeah. So, sorry, it's hard to regroup. Will the minister publish an annual list of every permit replaced by a qualified professional certification, plus the names of the certifiers, just in so that public audit could be obtained?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the qualified professional certifications, so the authorizations for the use of qualified professionals, that will be public through the OIC on BC laws. The list of qualified professionals will also be public. The knitting together of that in order to provide greater transparency, I think is a very valid suggestion. We'd like to work that through as part of the regulations.
Thank you, member. Member?
Just to follow up with that, it was actually more in line of which permits are being streamlined into a certification, not necessarily the certifiers themselves. So if a certifier is combining a bunch of different permits and things like that, is there going to be a listing of what has been combined? If you're
Minister.
Yes, I can confirm that's what what I intended by my previous response. So the OIC will indicate the project, the permits that are being designated tools under the Act, which permits are being provided a QP model, and then we would want to be able to find a way to make it more searchable and transparent. This was actually raised, I believe, by the member of Prince George Mackenzie yesterday as well. We provided a similar response. We think it's an excellent idea. We want to be able to provide that greater transparency. We'll have to work out exactly how we do so, but it would be our intention to do that.
Member.
hopefully another easy answer here for you, in the sense of when it comes to consultants and QPs, are we going to limit, or does the ministry plan on limiting it to qualified professionals who have practice insurance in British Columbia, or are you going to allow for out-of-province certify that, like an out-of-province engineer to certify BC work without BC coverage? So, because when we start limiting the amount of consultants and things like that, you know, if another firm from outside the province, would they ever be allowed to certify work without insurance?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This is an excellent question, and it's really helpful to hear. It's actually been quite helpful to hear the comments of member from Langley, Walnut Grove, as well as Prince George Mackenzie. And I know your name, but I don't remember your riding. You as well. Pardon me, that member as well. Because Courtney Comox, because a lot of these questions do have to be worked out in regulation. So what we would say is a qualified professional, particularly, we're thinking about qualified professionals that are registered under the PGA, they would have to be registered to work in BC in order to be on the registry. With the question of insurance, we don't quite have access to enough information right now to fully understand the relationship between professional practicing, the insurance that a practicing professional would have to have, and that relationship with licensing. So we would have to work that out. Definitely something that we would be able to require as part of regulations. We have that regulatory making authority. The one caveat I would offer is that this is the current state of the situation. With all of the discussions about interprovincial trade, there is an element of that discussion around the labor mobility as well, and mobility of expertise. And so it is too early for me to know. I would be speculating only whether or not that would have an impact, but I just wanted to flag that for transparency.
Recognizing the member from Courtney Comox.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to follow supplemental to that, interprovincial is one thing certainly, but I've worked on many large projects executed by large engineering firms, which would be required to launch any of the Tier 1 projects that you're discussing here. How would that relate, same question, but to international certification and international liability? Because certainly in this case, a lot of these projects would require outside expertise. And we have a labor shortage across the country. It's not just specific to BC.
Minister.
Thank you. Keeping in mind that we're not talking about qualified professionals that might be generally required by a project for the implementation of their project. We're talking about qualified professionals specifically for the purposes of this QP model to provide certifications on provincial permits. So we would want to be confident that the registry or that any permit we put forward for a QP model would be able, for that permit, that we would be able to establish a robust registry of people who are qualified to work here in BC. So recognizing the member is right that there are projects that use international expertise, but we would not be looking to that pool for permits that are currently in provincial, currently for provincial statutory decision makers to potentially be opened up for a QP model, if that makes sense. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, and I think we might be talking about slightly different things.
Recognizing the third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The lack of definition in Bill 15 has sparked a lot of questions, and shortly we'll be out of time to ask those questions. But in the time we have, Madam Chair, through the Minister, in other provincial legislation, when there is consideration or an intention to establish a registry, there's actually a provision in the act or in the bill to establish the registry. And so through the chair to the minister, why does this act bill not include provision to create the registry for qualified professionals?
Minister?
Section 28.
Member?
Through the chair, in Shawnigan, in the Shawnigan Lake events and the events surrounding the contaminated site at Shawnigan Lake, the qualified professionals in that case had a secret agreement to split all future profits from the contaminated landfill they were engineers for. Now, I understand in terms of Clause 6 that this reflects qualified professionals providing particular services, but where in the bill does it establish that qualified professionals under Clause 6 could not have profit-sharing agreements or some sort of incentive plan? Where is that prevented in legislation?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I want to refer back to my response from earlier today, the one I provided in response to the member's question around Mont Poly, because the Shawnigan Lake situation was also a part of what of the impetus for the changes that we have since made, and the lessons learned that I referred to in that response also include lessons learned from the Shawnigan Lake situation.
Member?
And so through the chair to the minister, thank you, Minister, where in provincial legislation does it prevent these types of agreements, profit-sharing agreements? Where is the specific provision?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It may be helpful for the member to refer to Section 57 of the Professional Governance Act. Section 50 also speaks to how professional bodies can cancel registration as a result of violations therein as well.
Member.
So I don't have that act in front of me, so is there a specific clause in that section that prevents profit-sharing agreements?
Minister.
Thank you. Section 57 specifically speaks to conflicts of interest.
Member.
Perhaps, not being an expert in qualified professional provisions and professional reliance, could the minister, for the purposes of Clause 6 and through the chair, provide a bit of an overview of how the authority to conduct the responsibilities assigned under Clause 6, how that would be delegated to the professional, the qualified professional? That would be helpful just to understand the framework. And also a related question is, who will the qualified professional be paid by? Will the qualified professional be paid by the proponent, or will the qualified professional be retained by government?
Minister.
Thank you. So the proponent would be responsible for covering the cost of the qualified professional under this model. In terms of the framework, I know that I've heard from members of the opposition who have lamented that we don't have that many hours remaining for debate. I just want to flag that I've actually provided an answer describing how the framework of how this will work, and perhaps our time is better spent on different questions, just respecting that there may be other new questions that members would like me to answer. We can refer you to Hansard for the other.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to waste the, certainly have no intention of wasting the time we have left, which, of course, we sought to have extended, and the government refused our request to extend. In fact, we offered to extend the session, given how important this legislation is. As the Minister has noted, there's urgency, and we were willing to sit into June. I'll change the direction of my questioning to come back and seek further clarification on an issue that we've canvassed in relation to other sections and canvassed to some extent in this section. And I can only say that the reason I am seeking clarity on this is that it is an overwhelming concern for First Nations in this province. Earlier today, the Premier received a letter from the Gitniao Hereditary Chiefs and raising concerns about Bills 14 and 15, and I will do everything I can to focus the portions of the letter I read on in relation to Clause 6, but some of it is important for contextual reasons. So the the letter, and I'll provide the context and then move into the question that relates directly to Clause 6. The Gatineau Hereditary Chiefs are, they say, we are writing to raise Gatineau Hereditary Chiefs' serious concerns about Bills 14, 15. Of course, I'll focus on 15 and relate it to Clause 6. The content of the bills have left many questions unexplained and unanswered for us. We're in court concerning a major proposed oil and gas infrastructure project, Kai Leesam's LNG, which we determined will have profound negative effects on the Gatineau whale, including to endangered salmon and our way of life. I think this part of the letter is quite relevant. By removing provincial responsibility under the Environmental Assessment Act process, you are abdicating consultation and consent duties that are parallel to the Gatineau Wilp Sustainability Assessment process, which BC has recognized as an expression of Gatineau Ayuk, and I apologize for the pronunciation, laws. There has been no meaningful consultation with First Nations, including ours, in developing these bills. You're contravening DRIPA and moving us backwards on reconciliation. And the letter provides a detailed explanation of the serious concerns of the Gatineau. And later in the letter, the chiefs join in calling for a withdrawal of the bill to allow for meaningful consultation. It is in this context that I want to seek further clarification on Clause 6 and the operation of Clause 6. And specifically, in relation to the Gatineau, very clear that they do not support any change in the environmental assessment process as it relates to this project. And I'll provide the letter to the minister because the Premier's office may not have forwarded it yet in relation to this project, but more generally to projects that affect the Gatineau Hereditary Chiefs. And I mean, I will draw attention to the fact that they raised the same concerns I raised yesterday around court territory. So my question through the chair to the minister is, if a First Nation such as Gatineau says we want to have nothing to do with qualified professionals under Clause 6, will this government respect that request? And this isn't, I'll just add this because it's not going to clarify, this isn't about further consultation and engagement under the interim approach and working together, which is hugely important and should be happening right now. This is just a very specific question. If a First Nation says to the government, after this legislation is through the guillotine and has royal assent and goes into effect, if a nation like the Gatineau Hereditary Chief says, no, we do not want Clause 6 applied to a project in our territory, will the government respect that request?
Minister?
Hi, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Hi, too. The authorization of tools for use for designated projects was canvassed under Section 5. Section 6 is about once those authorizations have already been provided, how they're used.
Member?
Madam Chair, and through the Minister, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. I think the Minister earlier in the discussion of Bill 15 in earlier days pointed out to the fact that some of these clauses are related to each other. So let me rephrase the question so I can come fully within the boundaries of Clause 6 and not veer into earlier sections and not veer into the other 42 sections that we may not have time to consider in the time left. The Clause 6 says, if authorized in a regulation under Section 4, a certificate issued or provided by a qualified professional may be used in accordance with this section and the regulations. And then Clause 3 says, if a qualified professional certification is issued or provided under this section, the certification must be considered to be approval, permit, license, or other authorization that is required under the prescribed enactment to have been issued or provided under that enactment. So if the Gatineau Hereditary Chiefs categorically request and reject the application of Clause 6 sub 3, will the government respect that decision of the Gatineau Chiefs in relation to a project on their territory?
Back to business. Minister.
Thank you. So Section 6 strictly deals with the use of the qualified professional certification once that tool has been selected for a designated project, and then there's work to be done around the type of permit or prior to that, there would be work around the type of permit that the project would need to achieve, so the range of permits, and whether any of those permits would be offered tools. The selection of those tools would be under Section 5. And I think the member's question is relevant to Section 5, but we have canvassed Section 5. And the member's question is relevant to Section 4, the designation of projects as well. But again, we have canvassed those for many, many hours, and we are now on Section 6.
Recognizing member from Courtney Comox.
So, thank you, Chair. I think everybody will be very happy. I believe this is the last question we have before we can move on to Section 7, which times up very well with the recess. We've been discussing conflict of interest disclosures in regards to the QP certificates and the registry process. And so this is a fairly simple question, but I think it requires a fairly reasonable response, or at least some engagement, and may trigger a couple more questions. Would the mandatory conflict of interest disclosure be something that this ministry would consider under this bill, including the identity of the proponent, frequency of prior certifications, and any overlapping project involvement with cabinet-designated initiatives or other government-run projects? Full transparency on what other projects those qualified professionals are engaged with government, so that it is clear to everybody involved that there's no favoritism being played effectively. Yeah, thanks.
Minister.
Thank you. So the orders in council, so all of the designated projects and the tools that each of designated project will have access to, and the permit that those tools are applied against will be made public by OIC, and that's searchable through BC laws. The qualified professionals lists will also all be public. Similar to some of the comments made by your colleagues, we see the value in being able to easily cross-reference one with the other. There's not a current process or we don't currently have a capability to do it right now, but we would like to be able to, in order to provide that transparency and that disclosure that the member's referring to. So that's work that we'll be undertaking as part of the development of this program. For greater clarity as well, in terms of conflict of interest, the Professional Governance Act has a section that around conflict of interest, and each of the regulated bodies under the Professional Governance Act also has conflict of interest requirements and standards that their licensed professionals are expected to follow, as well as subsequent investigation processes and so forth for those who are suspected to be in violation. I'm not speaking to the PGA right now in all of the correct terms, but there's a whole process that is built into the PGA and into the systems of regulation itself. And so it's quite fulsome. It's one of the reasons why we were able to move forward with this concept with greater confidence. It's because of the work that had been done through the Professional Governance Act in recent years.
Through the chair, member?
Through the chair. So following with that, I mean, these tools are available to any large engineering firm does these types of, conflict reviews internally, generally, through on the procurement side. But certainly with this bill and the criticism around it from multiple groups, the transparency, I think, is key here. And I think this is one section, if adopted and run out by government, it could be a model for other ministries, certainly, to increase that transparency to the public from government, to ensure that it's a fairly easy process for people that have complaints. And I think also the other consequence of that would be we would see far less, meaningless FOIs, which I'm sure the ministry staff deals with on a very regular basis across the ministries, where people have to go on a fishing expedition to find what is or should be basic publicly available information. So I would highly recommend that as a bit of a shield to criticism on this bill going forward in the adoption. So thanks.
Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. And on that note, I call a 10-minute recess. I have 5:25 on my watch. I'd like everybody back in the seats at 5:35, please. Thank you. All right, I call Committee of the Whole on, what are we on? Bill 15, Infrastructure Projects Act, back to order. We are on Clause 7, and I believe I will recognize the third-party House Leader, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise on a point of order just to clarify something for the benefit of the minister, and I don't plan to dwell on it because it relates to a section that's now passed, but just for the information of the minister, Section 83.1 of the Professional Governance Act does allow for profit sharing in the form of a limited liability partnership arrangement. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm not wanting to discuss it. I just want the minister to be aware of that.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the hot dog recess earlier, and somehow I didn't get any mustard on my shirt, so I was a success. But it's pretty wild around here. I saw members walking down the hallways with pizza in their hands, so it's a bit of a wild time here in the legislature. But let's get back to Clause 7 debate here, and Clause 7 debate here in Bill 15. So Clause 7 is it might appear technical in nature, but I think it is, again, pretty consequential to the overall bill. We're talking about, permit queues and coordination behind the scenes for the public service. But at its core, this is really a highly subjective framework. And that's one thing that we need to dive into here. We've repeated many times that one of the concerns that the official opposition has is the government's ability to pick winners and losers, and this is a tool that will give government and cabinet the ability to do that. It gives government the power to fast track some permits while others may wait indefinitely. They may actually be held up because they're not getting through the system. They could get gummed up because others are moving ahead in the queue. So my constituents and the public, I think, deserve to know on what basis this government will be prioritizing some of these permits. So I want to ask us some questions in regards to that. Maybe to start off, how will this tool be used in practice to prioritize the projects that are designated? How will they jump up in the queue in practice, I guess? If the minister could describe that, maybe to open up the discussion here.
Minister.
Okay, so use a, by way of kind of like a hypothetical project. The process might look something like this. First, the project would have to meet the criteria to be designated. We canvassed that extensively under Section 4. We would work with the project proponent to understand the full range of permits that would be required for the project, and whether, and then through the process identified in Section 5, identify tools for some or most or all or whatever number of permits the tool might be useful for. We would assign those tools permit by permit. For all the permits that might be assigned, the prioritization of provincial permits tool under Section 7, our ministry would work with the permitting ministries, keeping in mind Ministry of Infrastructure doesn't do any permits. We don't issue any permits. The existing permitting ministries still have that. So there would be some cross-ministry collaboration to understand the scope and scale of these permits, bundle them together, and collaborate and coordinate amongst the ministries, and basically shepherd the bundle through the different permitting processes. By doing so, we can find efficiencies. For instance, one major efficiency might be to take the entire bundle of permits and take that bundle to consult with affected First Nations as one bundle, right? So that they see it once and it's all done at once. This process would happen, basically be shepherded through the various permitting authorities until they reach the outcomes, be it a positive outcome or negative outcome. So keeping in mind that this process doesn't guarantee a positive outcome, it just makes sure that the bundle is hitting the right people as quickly as possible.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the Minister. Appreciate the response. I think that is useful as a starting place, and I think, we can get into some hypothetical examples as we get through this. But appreciate that Ministry of Infrastructure is not a permitting ministry, and I think the opposition canvassed and estimates quite a bit on those existing permitting ministries where their capacity lies and whatnot. So I know that a lot of folks watching for those specific ministries will be interested in this topic. But under subsection 3, how would a regulator expedite a permit application because it's been ordered to do so? So, for example, would the minister then expect the regulator to hire additional staff to expedite that permit? Because that, again, I go back to estimates. We talked about like capacity and all those kind of questions, I guess. Or how does that process actually work for those existing permitting ministries?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. What the member is observing and is absolutely true, which I don't know if the member actually said it specifically, but I believe this is the point that the member is raising, which is that certainly prioritization of provincial permits under Section 7 is not a magic tool that suddenly clears backlogs. It doesn't create capacity out of nowhere. And in that way, it is a self-limiting tool. It is the more infrequently it is used by government, the more effective it is. The more frequently it is used by government, the less effective it is. Because if we have a pile of permits waiting to be seen, and every single project is prioritized in some way, you still end up with a pile of permits. So it is a self-limiting tool in that way, and not a durable solution. More durable permitting solutions are all of the other work that government is doing in order to try to speed up timelines and permits across for all projects. This tool in Bill 15 allows for government recognizing that there's longer-term work to be done, allows government to prioritize those critical projects now, in the meantime. And so, again, speaking to the limitation of this format, where sometimes I forget the rest of the question by the time I stand up, happy to take the next question and kind of go down this conversation that I think the member's headed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And really it is about trying to dig into how the tool will work in relation to the work that these other ministries and their capacity. And I do actually agree very much so with those durable permitting solutions. I think that work needs to happen. And actually that is what the opposition has been saying pretty clearly. Instead of Bill 15, that would be the focus of work that we would prefer to see go ahead to streamline permitting across the province. But anyway, so back to it, I guess just trying to understand what that work, in relation to this clause, what that work that the other ministries need to do to actually make this clause actually beneficial to the overall objectives of prioritization of permits in this case. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so I'll try to re-ask it. How will the prioritization of permits work with those other ministries to really, who are doing that work for durable permitting solutions? How will this work with them to actually operationalize that priority queue?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So work on overall permitting solutions, so those durable, long-term, fundamental changes, systemic changes, that continues across all ministries. Across the natural resource sector, over 60 policies, processes, legislative and regulatory reform opportunities have been identified so far for action to speed up projects, so that work continues. There's staff that is dedicated to that transformation work, including there's like a governance structure to lead and drive that work and ensure that the necessary systemic changes occur, and dedicated resources to that work. And then there are other resources that do the work of processing permits. And so the prioritization of provincial permits under Section 7 would basically help reorganize the pile of permits, and those permitting resources would prioritize according to that.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I would like to just get a little bit deeper into that queue of permits, though. So especially if there's a certain class of projects, and maybe an easy example would be wind projects, just given that there's a whole bunch of them that have been announced as priority already by the government. So, and for the record, the energy minister always says we're against all the wind projects. We're not. We're just against, the idea that why only wind projects? There could have been others that were added there as well. So, or looked at. So. But really, that if all projects are prioritized, then really none are. So how does that queue actually prioritize which ones in practice? And related to that, I think, what kind of timelines is the minister considering under subsection 3, where it does reference that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Wind projects actually wouldn't be applicable to, or Bill 15 wouldn't actually be applicable to wind projects because wind projects being under Bill 14 is going to the BC Energy Regulator. But the member's question, I think the point of the member's question is well taken. It probably would help to illustrate kind of the scale of the number of permits that are in queue right now in comparison to the number of permits we're talking about using this tool for. In terms of Category 2 projects, we're talking like handfuls of projects, kind of that scale. There are literally thousands and thousands of backlogged permits in government right now. In estimates, it was revealed that in terms of water permits, the queue right now is 7,800. And so we're giving you the scale of this. We're not talking about prioritizing every permit to the front. We're talking about taking those handfuls of provincially significant projects and helping them get through.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, those durable permitting solutions are absolutely essential. So that's what we will need to continue to focus on and work hopefully collaboratively to achieve that. I think maybe just for those, you mentioned water, land and resource stewardship, water permits in that example, but maybe it might be helpful just given that a regulator is noted here. Can the minister outline all the people or entities that have been designated as a regulator under this clause?
Minister.
Thank you. So regulator in this context would mean the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. So we're basically talking about permitting ministries. It includes Ministry of Transportation and Transit, Ministry of Forests, Ministry of Water, Lands, Resource Stewardship, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Mines. And within these ministries, there are hundreds of statutory decision makers throughout the province. The regulator, as in the ministry, would be disclosed as part of the OIC because we would have to assign the tool and the permit that tool is referring to, and who holds the permit and who's responsible for expediting that permit.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, thank you to the Minister for that answer. That's helpful clarity, certainly. And those statutory decision makers, certainly have their own challenges, and that's where that durable permitting solutions really comes into play, because one of the whole hang-ups is really that they don't always feel empowered to make the decisions. They're stuck in various processes, whether it's consultation with another ministry, whether that's in somewhere in Indigenous consultation. That's a really challenging thing for the statutory decision makers to grapple with. So just in that same vein, subsection 4 talks about there's a phrase that says if the minister sorry, I'll just make sure I read it properly. If the minister considers that the permitting prioritization process will not sufficiently expedite the review or issuance. So I'm wondering if if the minister could define not sufficiently expedite first, and maybe explain what this subsection means in the relation to the entire clause.
Minister.
Thank you. So section 4 and 5, or subsection 4 and 5, under section 7, is basically an escalating process. So let's say the prioritization of permitting in the way that we described earlier when we started out this section is done. Time goes by and no meaningful progress has been made on those prioritized permits for this provincially significant project. This
Should be, yeah, it's up top.
Okay.
Yep, keep going.
I'll just wait for the bells if that's all right. It's too distracting.
That's not us. It's not us.
Okay, it wasn't us.
Therefore.
Okay, so section 7 tool has been engaged. Time goes on. There's been no meaningful progress. Subsection 4 and 5 it allows for escalation of it is an escalation option for this tool. It would be done by Lieutenant Governor and Council, so it's an order in council. Made by recommendation of the minister. Examples will probably be helpful in this case. Let's say the bundle of permits has made very little meaningful progress. Minister could recommend to the Lieutenant Governor and Council that a task force with dedicated resources is designated to the bundle of permits, provide some focused effort and energy on it to get it by. Another example could be an order in council or an order in council that tasks the deputy ministers of the relevant permitting ministries to report back progress on a regular basis. Kind of help that along. Another example actually speaks to the member from Courtney Comox's example from a previous section debate. Let's say within a permitting ministry, multiple experts are going back and forth on a permit and are unable to resolve the differences between their expert opinions. An escalation pathway could be by order in council, directing that ministry to seek a independent outside third-party opinion and resolve it. So that's those are examples of escalation routes.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So it sounds like there is quite a wide range of those prescribed actions, and I do understand that subsections 4 and 5 work together in tandem. But those prescribed actions, seems like there is a very, very wide range. Maybe in just trying to limit the scope and make sure that those prescribed actions, I guess, since they are quite wide, I wouldn't want a statutory decision maker to be penalized in some way for not sufficiently expediting a project. So I'm wondering if the minister can confirm that if a regulator or a person misses an imposed deadline, that they won't be penalized for doing so, and that could be in the form of budget cuts, demotions, salary clawbacks, I don't know. The types of things seem like a wide range of anything could be prescribed, I guess. So I just want to make sure that that wouldn't happen to those public servants.
Minister.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for his concern for our very hardworking and devoted public servants. They and can confirm absolutely we could not do any of those kinds of things to penalize a public servant under this section. There's of course the Public Service Act. And performance measures and management is very strict and codified. So this legislation could not overcome that.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I fully agree. Public servants, very hardworking. And I just want to ask maybe another question on scenarios, I guess, in the same vein, and asking kind of as the labor critic for our caucus, and a lot of permits that may be required do have required based on safety, for example. So you know, the safety of those working on the project, the safety of afterwards the users of this infrastructure. So a lot of that is, you know, if we're wondering what safeguards might prevent any, you know, if there's a timeline that's been designated or whatnot, what safeguards are in place to make sure safety is not going to be compromised for those working on the project or eventually those users.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So Section 7 changes no standards for any permits whatsoever. It's really about that, you know, where in the pile are you question.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe I'll shift gears on questions a little bit and go back to maybe just, again, I talked earlier about the permitting queue. And the minister made comments on government working with proponents on, we're getting into constraints, we're trying to figure out, so proponents obviously preparing a lot of information, but some proponents have a much larger capacity than others. And I'm thinking like, you know, maybe the private sector with a large corporation, for example. If you're talking about a proponent that is a local government, their capacity is much more constrained. A First Nation, their capacity is much more constrained. So how, when government's working through that process, will that be taken into account to make sure their permits are actually not falling behind some others, so that government may be working with them at the same time and they're getting ahead in the queue because of that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the Section 7 tool, the prioritization of provincial permits, it doesn't resolve all of the challenges that a project proponent or a project will run into. What it does is it allows for that project's specific permits to be seen by a decision maker sooner rather than later. And in the hypothetical scenario that the member has painted, and perhaps a proponent has submitted incomplete permit application for whatever reason, having that permit prioritized to the top of the pile still means that they would find out that their permit application is incomplete when they're number 1, 2, or 3, as opposed to number 6,000, 6,001, 6,002. So there are still benefits to this, even with even in the scenario that the member has described.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that answers it. And actually, I was appreciate that the minister brought up that missing, if a application was missing data or something like that. I think that was something that I was curious about as well. So appreciate that added color there. I guess another concern, and I have to go back to where I started this clause discussion on this tool and giving the minister and by extension cabinet the ability to prioritize. I still have the concerns that this is about picking winners and losers. And I've said that many times, but I'm trying to find out if there's any safeguards to make sure that this isn't going to be used for prioritizing sidelining projects that are politically disfavored. So, I worry about projects that are not, they're explicitly being told to us that they are not included in this. So like an LNG project, for example. So are they going to fall further behind because other projects that are more favored by government, the cabinet has given it the thumbs up that it's a Category 2 designated project, but will an LNG project that will never make that cut, is it now going to fall further behind in permitting? And that's something I'm quite concerned about because we need to develop our LNG projects. We have many more in the hopper that could be going. We also need, of course, mines. I think that critical minerals is something that both parties align on. But oil and gas is something that we see is a way out of provincial deficit that we're in, the provincial debt situation. We need to develop our oil and gas resources. And I don't want to see oil and gas permits hung up in the process because they're not prioritized in the same way. And so, and oil and gas may not be the only projects that are politically disfavored. There may be other ones that even in other industries that could be used, but it's an example because it's an industry I've worked in before as well. So certainly, have an interest and knowledge of kind of trying to work through challenges, and they're complex projects. Some of those LNG projects, obviously, they're mega projects, but that also goes to the challenges in permitting for well permits right now. There's lots that are hung up in the oil and gas sector. Lots of challenges that are happening up in the Northeast in Treaty 8 territory for getting permits through. The minister mentioned water permits earlier. I think the number was 7,800 water permits. A lot of those water permits are up in the oil and gas sector so if we're working through that water permit queue, I don't want to see the oil and gas permits falling down out of favor and out of their ability to actually get ahead. So I'm wondering what safeguards are in place so that we can make sure that these critical industries for our province are actually have a chance of success.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the member may be interested in knowing that in terms of projects in the oil and gas sector, they already get access to streamlining tools and have had access to streamlining tools for quite some time through the BC Energy Regulator, formerly known as the Oil and Gas Commission. And so given the members' interest in that sector, they already actually get quite a substantial access to streamlining tools. In regards to the tool under Section 7 of Bill 15, to provide greater assurance, this tool does not allow government to take a project and deprioritize it. It only allows it to take a project that's been designated and put it and prioritize it. And given the scale that we're talking about, that we've referenced, handfuls of projects versus thousands of permits in a pile, the material difference for a project that is being prioritized, it is significant. But the material difference for the rest of the projects that remain in the big pile is not as significant. They're there. They do move a few steps down, but given the scale, you can see how that the prioritization of several handfuls of projects is kind of felt and distributed across the rest of the permits. But having said that, it speaks to the importance of the systemic work and the other solutions that government is also working on. This is not like a one and done kind of solution. It is helpful in the immediate term, but we still have work to do, and that work continues on the entire permitting system to move all projects through the system more quickly.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the example I provided in LNG projects, I respectfully submit that the minister is actually incorrect on just BCER being the only regulator for those permitting needs. So I worked on the Coastal GasLink pipeline, so I know that obviously we had BCER permits were a major part of that entire application, but so was environmental assessment certificate. And that had all of those conditions and permits that were required from that. Ministry of Forests, for example, you need road use permits. To operate a construction workforce accommodation, you need permits from the health authorities. You need permits from WorkSafe and Technical Safety BC. You need permits. So it's all a whole host of permitting challenges that could be gummed up because the LNG project is put to the back of the line ahead of some of these other projects that are more politically palatable. So I'm concerned that an LNG project would not have the same success factors through a permitting process in some of those critical permits. And I can think of I will continue after the bells there, Chair. Thank you. I can recall specific permits that were delayed at the time of working on Coastal GasLink that were critical to the project schedule. They were critical to, we had millions of dollars a day in labor expenses out there, and we were waiting for permits, and that hung up things on the project. It cost absolutely millions because we couldn't get that water permit that was talked about. So in some cases we ended up having, or we as in the project had to bring in water from elsewhere and use a big C ring to try to fill that because we couldn't get those permits. But that's just one example. There are many critical permits in many different ministries, government agencies, that an LNG project, as a project of that scale, needs and is required. So whether that's a pipeline, we know that that's not going to be included in under Bill 15. An LNG project is not included. They're not included under Bill 14 either. So how are we supposed to expedite those types of projects? It sounds like we're not going to. So, you know, we have Silicim's LNG. We have Cedar LNG. These projects matter. They matter to Nishka, and many of those Nishka members were here today. Cedar LNG certainly matters to the Haisla. How are these projects that are actually, you know, in advanced stage, like Cedar LNG, is at a stage right now where they're beginning their construction process, and if they now fall behind in permits that they require, because it's not all you get, you don't get all your permits up front. Some of them are as you go on a project, as needed basis, basically. So how can these LNG projects actually be certain that they're not going to fall behind because government has decided that another project that is provincially significant is more politically you know, palatable to the NDP, that they will not lose their ability to keep their timeline and schedule on the project and all that cost, because I know that Ellis Ross, who is a former member in this place, he just took a seat in Ottawa today, and he spent his career fighting for that Cedar LNG project, and I do not want to see all that work he has done really cost and not be what Haisla had dreamed about at the end of the day, having that project of their own. Don't want them to be financially, you know, they've taken an equity stake, so they're owners of this project. Don't want them to be financially worse off because permits are held up because other projects are moving to the front of the queue because of Bill 15. So wondering if the minister could provide a little bit more context on how LNG projects are still going to be able to get the permits that they require to get done under this new regime.
Minister.
Thank you. I want to thank the member for so clearly articulating his concern so that I can better understand his experience of these projects and where he's coming from. I have nothing additional to add from what I had provided in my previous response, except to repeat again that we acknowledge that Bill 15 doesn't address all of the issues, all the problems that projects, important projects in our province may face. And we have more work to do across the spectrum. But I do really appreciate the opportunity to better understand where the member is coming from here.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the discussion on this with the minister. I do hope that following this, it's a discussion that we can continue because I think these LNG projects certainly are critical path for the province. And as I said, if we're going to get out of the current situation of debt and deficits that we have in this province, it's really one of the best and only paths out to contribute to really meaningfully to that, to the putting a dent in that. So I just have to ask a follow-up. I think I likely will know the answer, but being from a rural riding, I certainly want to make sure that rural British Columbia is going to be also you know, equitably treated, I guess, from a project priority perspective in this when permits moving to the front of the queue. I'm not going to get into a diatribe on lobbyists. We've already gone down that route, but that concern exists, and so I recognize that you know, there aren't as many government MLAs from rural ridings, so you know, there may not be as many discussions about some of these really significant projects that are happening in rural BC. There may be, you know, more interest and attention on urban-centric projects, and so I want to make sure that rural permitting is going to be really prioritized and make sure that is also top of mind. So I'm wondering if the minister would be able to comment on that regard.
Minister.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for providing voice to his region. An incredibly important voice. I can assure the member that there are significant conversations within government about the economic opportunities available in BC to become Canada's economic engine. And we know, as well as the member knows, that the largest land-based projects in BC occur in rural and remote areas and are economic drivers for rural and remote communities. So I acknowledge the member's concern. I want to assure him that we're very keenly interested in supporting those kinds of opportunities in rural BC.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and yeah, a sincere thank you to the Minister for providing that response, and yeah, all of us, of course, representing communities, we want to make sure communities' voices are heard, so thank you for that. Yeah, as I'm sure the Minister would recognize, a line of questioning of just concerns that the opposition has on that picking winners and losers sort of concern overall that we've been bringing up. And again, I go back to my role as the labor critic within our caucus, and a concern that I've raised multiple times already in other clauses is that of community benefits agreements. It's not just that, though. Restrictive project labor agreements and other forms of actions on a project that really exclude non-union contractors and exclude non-union workers. And of course, I have absolutely nothing wrong with unionized contractors doing excellent work in our province, unionized workers doing fantastic work building British Columbia, but there are many non-union contractors also doing that. There are many alternative other forms of workers, and some workers prefer that choice to work in different work environments, and I don't want to see them excluded on projects. And so when we're talking about prioritizing permits in this case and moving others to the front of the queue, especially on Category 1 projects in this case, I would really would be ashamed to see a scenario where projects are obviously prioritized based on union affiliation of those contractors and projects. And I know that there's a preference, obviously, we're seeing projects like, we saw it on Cowichan Hospital, we're seeing it on Richmond Hospital. I think Prince George, the UHNBC is going to be a community benefits agreement project. No, okay, got confirmed it's not, that's good. But we'll see Highway 1 projects in transportation, for example, have been obviously, I mentioned the work happening on the Trans-Canada Highway near Sicamous had a blockade. Just 2 weeks ago had a blockade on it of the Splatine First Nation was concerned that they're getting shut out of work on the project because they weren't sufficiently affiliated as a unionized contractor who have unionized workers. So they actually blockaded that. It was a Highway 1, and residents were having to take a 50-minute commute around that section just to get to travel around that important bridge. So it's a serious concern. So obviously, this is a kind of a long-standing now point of difference between us as the official opposition and the government. We would rather see much more fair and open tendering on projects, but can the minister confirm that permits for non-union projects are not going to be held up because Category 1 community benefits agreement projects are getting put to the front of the queue?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Member may be interested to know that in the Ministry of Infrastructure's portfolio is well over 1,000 projects, of which 80 are over $50 million and 3 are community under community benefit agreement. The UN, the Prince George, no, sorry, the UNBC. Yeah, the UNBC project that member referred to is not a CBA project. I know that the member for Langley Walnut Grove also asked this question during estimates. It's an alliance model contract. It's very different. So we're happy to share more about that. For greater comfort, those projects that are designated for access to streamlining tools under Bill 15, particularly the Section 7 tool relating to prioritization of provincial permits for those projects. Unionization on those projects will not affect their permitting prioritization under this section.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Chair. Appreciate that response from the Minister. So it's one that will, again, I think following this process, we'll want to continue to monitor. And I'm not going to continue to go down this. I think I'll continue to have these conversations. I had canvassed extensively in estimates for the Ministry of Labour, and we also will in other contexts, I'm sure as well. But it's one that, as a Labour critic for our caucus, I will be monitoring for performance on this going forward. I think we may be called out here in a few moments, but as we're getting basically the time allocation coming up on Bill 14 is coming to an end here. So, I'm going, obviously, maybe that concludes a line of questioning that been on just on concerns on that. Certainly, that the opposition has on picking winners and losers. So just maybe before we break, I'll ask one that I missed earlier. We talked before about the capacity of Indigenous communities, and if they have an Indigenous-led project, they may. I appreciate the Minister responded that they wouldn't, if they're missing data or they're missing information, they wouldn't lose their spot in the permitting queue. But the other one, when we talk about statutory decision makers and their ability to move things forward, is obviously there could be a waiting consultation, and where there's so many different ways the proponents are trying to work with nations to help with capacity. There's obviously capacity funding that's provided in projects. That's very common from both government and the private sector. But I guess in that process, that as we have that queue of permits that are being prioritized, when sort of that consultation record, that consultation data is something that is holding up, will the Indigenous project or the consultation record hold that line in the queue of the permit, I guess? Is that something that's going to hold up, or I'm not asking in the most eloquent way, I guess, right now, but I just want to make sure that that Indigenous rights are going to be still protected here in this case for consultation, but those permits aren't going to fall behind because of the fact that's what they're waiting for.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I think this, I know I've said this a lot, but, waiting for the bells. Is it the main house? Okay.
Members, a division has been called in the main chamber. This committee will stand adjourned and recessed until the division is complete. I call the Committee of the Whole on Bill 15, the Infrastructure Projects Act, back to order. We are on Clause 7. Shall Clause 7 pass? Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. I know we're very short on time. We just voted on Bill 14, and it was a very close vote, and I expect that to be the same on Bill 15. When moments from now, we'll be voting likely on that as closure hits us. So just one that we asked earlier on in the clause, but I don't think I really got into necessarily the criteria of when we talked a little bit about the prioritization under subsection 4, and when the minister is deciding on where the prioritization will not sufficiently expedite a file. Just if those criteria could just be described a little bit further. Is it months of delay? Is it cost overruns, or purely ministerial discretion in that case before those are recommended to prescribed actions in subsection 5?
Recognizing the minister.
It's by discretion.
Recognizing the member.
Okay, I'll try to move fast. Will the regulation require regulators to publish service standard performance reports? And the reason I'm asking is I'm wondering if there's something that MLAs will be able to see which ministries are actually meeting expedited timelines based on this. So we talked earlier about the water permits being a major source, but like if we're trying to track, want some public visibility into seeing where the actual problems are, so that us as MLAs, we could start to really push on and encouraging improvement on those durable permitting solutions in that structure.
Recognizing the minister.
We'll want to track metrics across all tools, yes.
Recognizing the member.
Maybe just to catch up on another one I neglected to ask on subsection 5, but again, because those, I found this interesting the way it's worded, one or more prescribed actions. I don't know why the drafting had to have specified that one or more, but will Cabinet or the government publish an annual list of the specific actions it took under the specific prescribed actions that it took under this subsection? Just there's going to be a cost component to that, so I think taxpayers, should be able to judge whether those prescribed actions actually pay dividends or not.
Recognizing the minister.
Yeah, so all orders in council are publicly published, and as referenced, or I'll reference previous responses on this vein. Certainly, we would want to be able to provide as much transparency around this process as possible, and part of the work that our ministry will undertake is kind of a system of how to piece together all the different types of publicly available information relevant to designated projects.
Shall Clause 7 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall Clause 8 pass? Recognizing the member.
Wow, what progress we're making here, folks. Clause 8 is really where, in my read of it, it's where Bill 15 reaches into, obviously, regulatory frameworks, environmental assessments. So this clause I do see it, and again, I talked about it in the LNG example previously, but it opens the door to a two-speed EA system potentially, and that is something where, I think there's concerns on that, where designated projects may get special treatment, potentially even less rigorous scrutiny as well, and part of the concern that even the private sector would have on this, likely I think there's a lot of private sector that want to make sure that decisions are very durable, obviously, and so this is a bit of a shift and I think Bill 14 and Bill 15 in tandem here. When it comes to environmental assessments, it's going to be interesting to see how these play out, if these tools, how they're going to be used. But decisions need to be based on science and not political convenience, and that's something that I've always stood by, and certainly I know my colleagues on the official opposition would as well. But we need to understand what's really being altered here. So, who benefits and what really is going on in the name of speed in this case. So, maybe just to start off, how does Clause 8 preserve that scientific independence of environmental assessments while introducing project prioritization?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the streamlined environmental assessment process, Section 8 is not that. But in the interest of time, I do want to assure the member that, yes, project proponents want a durable process. We want a durable process as well, which is why a streamlined environmental assessment process is not at all about changing the standards of what an EA, it's not about changing standards. It's about adjusting the process to meet shortened timelines. That being said, Section 8 is about the issuance of I guess, minor provincial permits or lower risk provincial permits where a project that is reviewable under the Environmental Assessment Act has successfully achieved a certificate. This is a authority that already exists in the Environmental Assessment Act itself. So the Environmental Assessment Act allows this under Section 37. The Environmental Assessment Act again, it allows the minister responsible for that act to do this. By including it in Bill 15, it basically extends that authority to projects that are designated under Bill 15.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would want to dig into that a little bit further, but I'm going to run out of time. So I want to ask a question. It is related to what the minister described. Subsection 4, despite another enactment. That really is one that some folks have raised some concerns with. I'm going to point to the BC cattlemen who have raised concerns overall with Bill 15. So for example, a rancher downstream who fears the work associated with an approval under this section may lead to well water contamination, for example. Because an approval under Section 8 is final and binding, do they have any route for appeal? It says, the right of appeal is stripped only from citizens and property owners, not from the proponent, creating this could create a one-way legal street. Do they have only the judicial review route in this case, or what is their appeal mechanism if something does happen to their property?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to make clear, Section 8, subsection 4, the entire subsection 4, is not unique to Bill 15. It's actually replicated, the wording is replicated from Section 37, Part 37.2, under the Environmental Assessment Act, to say that the issuance of the approval of the provincial permit under the other act made, made by the minister in this section is considered to be final and binding and is not subject to review or repeal under that other act. However, we have confirmed from the Environmental Assessment Office that even under the Environmental Assessment Act, Section 37.2, those decisions are still subject to judicial review.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Chair, and seriously running out of time here, and I will cross-reference after the fact on that act to convey that. But I met with a number of environmental organizations this morning that had serious concerns with Bill 15 as well. And this particular clause is where they raised a whole bunch of points in conversation. So in the interest of time, I'm going to read a series of questions into the record. And some of these we're not going to answer them right now. So I'm hoping to get some answers so that these groups will have their some answers after the fact. So if the minister can, under 8 subsection 2B, if the minister can dictate permit conditions, will those conditions automatically incorporate any Indigenous-led environmental management plans approved under some other approval mechanism, such as DRIPA, or can they be ignored? That was one question. Number two, and I know these will all be available and answered later. Thank you to the good folks at Hansard. Subsection under 2C, the phrase "other reasonable conditions" seems to me that it is pretty wide open. So I'm wondering if Cabinet can publish a template of baseline conditions. So whether these be, for example, bonding, public access easements, reclamation security, those are examples. So the proponents can know the playing field that's being contemplated here. On subsection 5, what minimum public notice period will regulations mandate before an order is issued so citizens aren't blindsided? Again, that accountability matters to folks, especially when we're talking about the environmental assessment process, because that's when decisions, again, are durable. I go back to that word all the time, and we've used. Since under this clause, it does, obviously there's a fast tracking for these cabinet preferred projects. Will neighboring property owners receive an equal statutory right to seek injunctions if they can show irreparable harm? And I used the landowner example previously, but I think that full status of legal options would be good for these stakeholders to understand. These are things that are usually in an EA process. A lot of times, some of these discussions are certainly they actually form part of conditions. For example, if Clause 8 order forces issuance of a water license, will it still respect existing senior water rights under the Water Sustainability Act? And again, that I met with stream keepers this morning and groups that are involved in watershed security, and they're very concerned with what this means for their participation in the EA process to be able to ask these questions. Similarly, can the minister confirm that an order under 8 subsection 2 cannot override conditions attached to an EA certificate that protect critical habitat for species at risk listed wildlife? And this is a very, very important example. Obviously, we talked about LNG projects, for example. We talk about anything to do with caribou, and this really comes into a very important point for how proponents are going to move forward. And again, are these decisions going to be durable, or are we going to end up in court? Or is the Federal Species at Risk Act going to come in and kind of take over, basically? Because we do know that there's those override powers if they deem that BC is not being managing caribou properly. I'm rushing through these questions, but it's very challenging. We're going to get closure on this bill, but we're only on Clause 8 of a 48 clause bill. Like, this is some serious work that we still need to get through, because this Hansard record is also public information about what the public can expect, and we're getting closure on a bill, and it's very challenging to see that.
Member, I ask that you please take your seat.
So we've just got closure right now, so that'll be it.
No, it's based on the time.
So I can't finish. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't have gone down that diatribe then. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Honorable members, it being 7:50, pursuant to the time allocation order adopted by the House on May 6th, the committee will now proceed to final clause-by-clause consideration of Bill number 15, intituled the Infrastructure Projects Act. In accordance with the time allocation order, I will now put the question on all remaining clauses on the bill. Members, pursuant to the time allocation order, a division on the remaining clauses and the title cannot be called. But in accordance with practice recommendation 1, members may request to indicate passage on division. With that, we will proceed. Shall Clause 8 pass? Aye. So ordered.
On division.
On division is noted. Shall Clause 9 pass?
Aye.
So ordered.
On division.
Noted. Clause 9 is passed on division. Shall Clause 10 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 10 is passed on division. Shall Clause 11 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 11 passed on division. Shall Clause 12 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 12 is passed on division. Shall Clause 13 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 13 is passed on division. Shall Clause 14 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 14 is passed on division. Shall Clause 15 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 15 is passed on division. Shall Clause 16 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 16 is passed on division. Shall Clause 17 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 17 is passed on division. Shall Clause 18 pass? So ordered. Clause 18 is passed on division. Shall Clause 19 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 19 is passed on division. Shall Clause 20 pass? So ordered. Clause 20 is passed on division. Shall Clause 21 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 21 is passed on division. Shall Clause 22 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 22 is passed on division. Shall Clause 23 pass? So ordered. Clause 23 is passed on division. Shall Clause 24 pass? So ordered. Clause 24 is passed on division. Shall Clause 25 pass? So ordered. Clause 25 is passed on division. Shall Clause 26 pass? So ordered. Clause 26 is passed on division. Shall Clause 27 pass? So ordered. Clause 27 is passed on division. Shall Clause 28 pass? So ordered. Clause 28 is passed on division. Shall Clause 29 pass? So ordered. Clause 29 is passed on division. Shall Clause 30 pass? So ordered. Clause 30 is passed on division. Shall Clause 31 pass? So ordered. Clause 31 is passed on division. Shall Clause 32 pass? So ordered. Clause 32 is passed on division. Shall Clause 33 pass? So ordered. Clause 33 is passed on division. Shall Clause 34 pass? So ordered. Clause 34 is passed on division. Shall Clause 35 pass? So ordered. Clause 35 shall pass on division. Shall Clause 36 pass? So ordered. Clause 36 is passed on division. Shall Clause 37 pass? So ordered. Clause 37 is passed on division. Shall Clause 38 pass? So ordered. Clause 38 is passed on division. Shall Clause 39 pass? So ordered. Clause 39 is passed on division. Shall Clause 40 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 40 is passed on division. Shall Clause 41 pass? So ordered. Clause 41 is passed on division. Shall Clause 42 pass? So ordered. Clause 42 is passed on division. Shall Clause 43 pass? So ordered. Clause 43 is passed on division. Shall Clause 44 pass? So ordered. Clause 44 is passed on division. Shall Clause 45 pass? So ordered. Clause 45 is passed on division. Shall Clause 46 pass? So ordered. Clause 46 shall pass on division. Shall Clause 47 pass? So ordered. Clause 47 shall pass on division. Shall Clause 48 pass? So ordered. Clause 48 shall pass on division. Shall the title pass? So ordered. The title shall pass on division.
Yay, what a great day for democracy.
Recognizing the minister.
Co-chair, I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Thank you, Minister. Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.